Welcome to a world of calm and tranquility. Take a deep breath, settle in, and let every sound guide you into relaxation. This is your space to unwind, where stories and soothing tones wash away the day's stress. Before we begin, if you enjoy this peaceful escape, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the notification bell to stay connected to your next calming story. Now, let the gentle voice carry you to serenity. You're safe here. You're at peace. Let's begin. Whispers in the moors. A ghostly encounter. It began with the damp chill of an English winter evening. I had been invited to stay at Tetherby Hall, a sprawling estate nestled amidst the rugged rolling moors of Northumberland. The invitation came from an old university acquaintance, Arthur Fenshaw, whose family had owned the estate for generations. A letter, penned in his characteristic scrawl, had arrived unexpectedly one morning, carrying a note of urgency. "Dear friend," it began, "Tetherby has become peculiar of late. I hesitate to say more in writing, but would feel much relieved to have your company for a time." Arthur had always been a man of science, one to scoff at superstition, so his vague plea intrigued me enough to board the next train north. By the time I arrived, dusk was falling, painting the sky in bruised hues of purple and orange. The hall stood dark against the horizon, its windows glinting faintly as though catching the last embers of the day. The air smelled of peat and distant rain. Arthur greeted me at the door with his usual geniality, though his eyes betrayed an unease. "I'm glad you're here, truly," he said, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "I've much to tell you, but first, let's get you warm." The interior of Tetherby was as grand as I had imagined, oak-panelled walls, flickering gas lamps, and the faint aroma of old books and beeswax. Yet there was an undercurrent of something off. A draught that seemed to snake its way through the house, no matter how many fires roared. As we dined in the cavernous dining hall, Arthur finally broached the subject. "Strange things have been happening here," he admitted, pushing his half-eaten plate aside. "Footsteps in the corridors at night, whispers, and the feeling, God help me, the feeling, that we're being watched." After Arthur's unsettling confession, we retired to the drawing room, where the fire crackled and shadows danced upon the walls. Despite the warmth, I couldn't shake the feeling of a pervasive chill, as though the house itself exhaled frost. Arthur poured 2 glasses of brandy, his hands trembling ever so slightly. "I'd rather you experience it yourself than hear me rattle on," he said, staring into the amber liquid. "It's the nights that are the worst. There's a presence. You'll see." I tried to dismiss his words as the product of an overworked mind. Surely this was nothing more than the natural creaks and groans of an ancient house. But as I climbed the grand staircase to my guest room, I couldn't ignore the sense of unease. The room was elegant, if slightly worn. Heavy drapes hung over tall windows, and an imposing 4-poster bed dominated the space. A fire had been lit, its embers glowing faintly. Yet the air seemed colder here than in the rest of the house. I lay in bed for hours, unable to sleep. The wind outside howled across the moors, a mournful sound that seemed almost human. Then, just as I began to drift off, I heard it. A faint whisper. At first I thought it was the wind sneaking through the cracks in the windows. But no, it was distinct. Words, though I couldn't make out what they said, spoken in a voice low and hoarse. I sat up, heart pounding, and strained to listen. The whispering ceased, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. The fire had burned low, casting eerie shadows that flickered across the walls. I felt foolish, yet I couldn't deny the hairs standing on the back of my neck. When morning came, I mentioned nothing to Arthur. He looked pale and drawn, as though he too had spent a restless night. Determined to occupy myself during the day, I explored the house. Tetherby Hall was a labyrinth of long corridors and forgotten rooms, its walls adorned with portraits of the Fenshaw ancestors. One particular painting caught my eye. It hung in the gallery, a life-sized portrait of a woman in a dark green dress, her features sharp and haunting. Her eyes seemed to follow me, their intensity unnerving. Beneath the painting, a tarnished plaque read, "Lady Eleanor Fenshaw, 1783-1810. Beautiful, isn't she?" Arthur's voice startled me. I turned to see him standing behind me, his expression unreadable. "She died young," he continued. "A fever, they said. But there are rumours, tales of despair, betrayal. Some believe she never truly left." I raised an eyebrow. "You're suggesting the house is haunted by your ancestor?" Arthur hesitated. "I don't know what I believe anymore." His words lingered with me as I continued my exploration. That night, the whispers returned, louder this time, accompanied by a faint sound of footsteps in the corridor outside my door. The following evening, Arthur suggested we investigate the cellar. "It's where the servants refuse to go," he explained. "They claim to hear wailing." Armed with lanterns, we descended the narrow stone staircase. The air grew colder with each step, and the faint scent of damp earth and decay filled my nostrils. The cellar was vast, its walls lined with ancient barrels and forgotten crates. At first we found nothing unusual, but then Arthur froze, his lantern casting wild shadows as his hand trembled. "Do you hear it?" he whispered. I strained my ears. At first there was only silence. Then, faintly, I heard it. A soft, mournful cry, echoing as though from a great distance. It seemed to come from the far corner of the cellar, where a crumbling stone wall stood. Arthur and I exchanged a glance, and without a word we approached the wall. The sound grew louder. "It's coming from behind here," he said. With some effort we managed to dislodge a few loose stones, revealing a narrow, dark passageway. The crying stopped abruptly. We stood in silence, our breath visible in the frigid air. "Shall we?" Arthur asked, his voice barely audible. I nodded, though every instinct screamed at me to flee. The passageway led to a small, hidden chamber. Inside, we found a wooden chest, its surface covered in dust and cobwebs. Arthur opened it with some hesitation, revealing its contents: a bundle of letters, a silver locket, and a diary. The diary belonged to Lady Eleanor. As we flipped through the brittle pages, a tragic story unfolded, a tale of forbidden love, betrayal, and heartbreak. It became clear that Eleanor had been wronged, her spirit left to wander the halls of Tetherby in search of justice or peace. One passage in particular stood out. "He promised me forever, but forever was a lie. I am bound to this place, a prisoner of his deceit." The moment we read those words, the air in the chamber grew icy. The lanterns flickered, and a shadow passed across the wall. Arthur and I spent the following days piecing together Eleanor's story. It seemed her lover had betrayed her, leading to her untimely death. The whispers, the footsteps, and the cries, they were her attempts to be heard, to tell her story. One night, as we sat in the drawing room discussing our findings, the temperature dropped suddenly. The fire sputtered, and a figure appeared, a faint, shimmering outline of a woman in a green dress. Arthur and I froze, too stunned to speak. The figure raised a hand, pointing toward the diary on the table. Slowly, I picked it up. "Eleanor," I whispered, "we know your story. What can we do to help you?" The figure lingered for a moment before vanishing, leaving behind a profound stillness. "After consulting local law, we learned of a ritual to help spirits find peace. With the diary and the locket, we returned to the moors where Eleanor had been buried in an unmarked grave. By the light of the moon, we performed the ritual, reading aloud her final words and placing the locket upon the earth. A soft breeze stirred, and for the first time the air felt warm. From the corner of my eye, I saw her, Eleanor, whole and radiant, her face serene. She nodded once before fading into the night. In the days that followed, the atmosphere at Tetherby Hall changed. The whispers ceased, and the oppressive chill lifted. Arthur looked like a man reborn, his relief palpable. As I boarded the train back to London, I couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the experience, for Eleanor's peace, and for the enduring mystery of the world beyond. The Lighthouse Keeper's Lament. There are places in this world where the air feels heavy with memory, where every sound seems laden with whispers of the past. Stormhaven Lighthouse, perched on a jagged cliff overlooking the tumultuous North Sea, was one such place. The call to Stormhaven came unexpectedly. The Maritime Authority had hired me, a contractor specializing in old lighthouses, to assess the site for repairs and potential modernization. "It's a relic," they'd said. "Still operational but barely. The light's been temperamental, and the keeper reported structural issues." They didn't mention the isolation, the legends, or the storm-tossed fury of the surrounding seas. I arrived on a grey, wind-swept afternoon, the smell of salt and rain hanging heavy in the air. The lighthouse rose against the sky like a sentinel, weathered and stoic, its stones streaked with age. Beside it sat the keeper's cottage, half hidden by gorse and brambles. Mr. Lawrence Greaves, the keeper, met me at the gate. He was in his 60s, his face lined and ruddy from years of braving the elements. His handshake was firm, but his eyes held a weariness I couldn't ignore. "Welcome to Stormhaven," he said, his voice rough but kind. "You've come at an interesting time." He didn't elaborate, and I didn't press him. I followed him inside the cottage, its interior simple but sturdy, warmed by a crackling fire. Despite the heat, there was a chill to the air, a dampness that clung to everything, even the walls. Over a cup of tea, Greaves laid out the scope of my work. Cracks in the stonework, rusted fittings, and a lantern room in dire need of attention. Yet, as he spoke, there was an edge to his tone, as though the repairs were only part of the story. "I'll show you the lighthouse in the morning," he said, his gaze flickering to the window. "Best not to be out there after dark." I raised an eyebrow. "Superstition?" Greaves chuckled, though it was without humour. "Call it what you like. You'll see soon enough." The following morning the storm had calmed, leaving the air crisp and the sky a pale, washed-out blue. Greaves led me to the lighthouse, its door creaking ominously as he pushed it open. Inside, the spiralling staircase loomed, its steps worn from decades of use. As we ascended, Greaves shared the history of Stormhaven. "Built in 1853, he began. "Saved countless lives over the years, but not without its share of tragedy." "What kind of tragedy?" I asked, noting the way his voice lowered. "There's one story everyone in these parts knows," he said. "The tale of Jonah Merrill, the keeper here back in the 1890s. He lived here with his wife, Margaret, a devoted couple by all accounts. But one stormy night, Margaret disappeared." "Disappeared?" "They say the sea took her," Greaves said. "She was walking the cliffs and fell. At least that's the official story. Jonah claimed otherwise." "What did he claim?" "That she didn't fall, that something lured her, something unnatural." I frowned, but Greaves pressed on. After her death, Jonah changed. He became obsessed with the idea that Margaret wasn't truly gone. He claimed to hear her voice, calling to him from the water. Eventually, it drove him mad. One night, he vanished. All they found were his boots at the cliff's edge. I shivered despite the warmth of the morning sun streaming through the lantern room. "And you believe this?" Greaves hesitated. "I've heard things," he admitted. "Voices on the wind, lights moving along the cliffs. You'll hear them too if you stay long enough." That night, the storm returned, battering the lighthouse with relentless force. I lay in bed in the cottage, listening to the wind howl and the rain lash against the windows. I had just begun to drift off when I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping. At first, I thought it was the branches of a nearby tree, but the tapping grew more deliberate, almost as though someone were knocking on the glass. I sat up, peering into the darkness. The window looked out toward the cliffs, far too high for anyone to reach. Yet the tapping continued, steady and insistent. Then came the voice. "Jonah!" It was faint, barely audible over the storm, but unmistakably human. A woman's voice, soft and pleading. I froze, my heart pounding. The rational part of me wanted to dismiss it as the wind, but deep down I knew better. The voice called again, more insistent this time. "Jonah!" I forced myself to look outside. The cliffs were shrouded in mist, the sea raging below. But there, amidst the chaos, I saw a faint light, a flickering lantern, moving erratically along the edge. The moment I blinked, it was gone. The next morning I confronted Greaves. "Last night," I began, "I heard something, a voice, and I saw a light on the cliffs." Greaves didn't look surprised. "It's always worse during storms," he said quietly. "Always?" He nodded. "There's something about this place, about the sea. It holds on to things, refuses to let them go." Determined to make sense of what I'd experienced, I began exploring the lighthouse. In a forgotten corner of the storage room, I found an old logbook, its leather cover cracked and faded. The name Jonah Merrow was scrawled across the first page. The entries began like any other keeper's log, weather reports, maintenance notes, passing ships. But as I read further, the tone shifted. "Margaret's gone, but I hear her still. The sea has taken her, but she calls to me. She waits, just beyond the light. I saw her tonight, standing on the waves. She beckoned to me. I cannot resist her much longer." The final entry was chilling. "I will join her. The sea will reunite us. To whoever finds this, forgive me." The discovery of Jonah's logbook filled me with a mix of dread and curiosity. That night, as another storm raged, I resolved to witness the phenomenon for myself. I climbed to the lantern room, the great lens turning steadily, casting its beam across the dark waters. Hours passed, the storm unrelenting. Just as I was about to give up, the air grew icy. Then I saw her. A figure stood on the waves, her silhouette illuminated by the lighthouse beam. She wore a tattered dress, her hair streaming as though caught in an unseen wind. Her face, pale and luminous, was turned toward the lighthouse. "Jonah," she whispered, her voice carrying across the storm. Behind me I heard footsteps. I turned to see a man, gaunt, spectral, and dressed in oilskins, standing at the top of the stairs. "Margaret," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the sea. Before I could react, both figures vanished, leaving me alone in the silent, spinning light. The following day, I awoke with a heaviness in my chest, as though the storm from the night before had left its mark on me. I couldn't shake the image of the woman standing on the waves, or the ghostly figure of Jonah Merrow. Greaves must have noticed my distraction. As we sat over breakfast, he broke the silence. You saw them, didn't you? I nodded. Both of them. Jonah and Margaret. He leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. You're not the first to see them, he said, and you won't be the last. They're trapped, you know, caught between this world and the next. Why? I asked. Why can't they move on? Greaves sighed, his gaze distant. I think Jonah's love for Margaret was too strong. When she died, he couldn't let go, and in his desperation he made a terrible mistake. What kind of mistake? Greaves hesitated, then stood and motioned for me to follow. He led me to a small room in the cottage, its walls lined with shelves cluttered with books, maps and artifacts. From a drawer, he pulled out an old journal. This belonged to the keeper before Jonah, he said, a man named Thomas Ellery. He wrote about strange occurrences at Stormhaven, long before Jonah and Margaret arrived. I opened the journal, the pages brittle and yellowed. The entries described eerie phenomena, voices carried on the wind, phantom lights over the water, and, most unsettling of all, a recurring dream of a woman standing on the waves, beckoning him. One entry stood out. There is a presence here, ancient and restless. It seeks the lost, preying on their grief. I fear it will claim me if I stay much longer. I looked up at Greaves, the weight of the words sinking in. Do you think this presence is what took Jonah and Margaret? He nodded grimly. I think it's what keeps them here. That night, I resolved to confront whatever haunted Stormhaven. Armed with nothing but a lantern and my growing determination, I ventured out to the cliffs. The storm had subsided, leaving the air eerily still. The cliffs were treacherous, the ground slick with rain and the sea roaring far below. I walked slowly, the beam of my lantern cutting through the darkness. Then I saw it, a faint light moving ahead, swaying gently like a candle in the wind. I quickened my pace, calling out, Jonah? Margaret? The light stopped, hovering for a moment before moving toward the edge of the cliff. As I approached, I felt a sudden chill, as though the air had been sucked from my lungs. A voice broke the silence, soft, melodic, and achingly sad. Why did you leave me? I turned, and there she was, Margaret. Her form was translucent, her eyes brimming with tears. I didn't leave you, I stammered. I'm here to help. Her expression shifted, a flicker of hope crossing her face. But before she could speak again, another figure appeared beside her. Jonah. Leave her alone, he bellowed, his voice filled with anguish. I froze as the two spectres faced each other, their forms glowing faintly in the darkness. Jonah, Margaret said, her voice trembling. I never wanted this. I didn't want to leave you. You didn't leave me, Jonah replied. I failed you. I couldn't save you. As they spoke, the ground beneath us began to tremble, and the wind picked up, carrying with it a low, mournful wail. Suddenly, the air seemed to crackle with energy, and a new presence made itself known. The temperature plummeted, and a shadowy figure emerged from the mist, a towering, amorphous shape with eyes like burning coals. The presence exuded malevolence, its voice a guttural growl. You cannot take them. They are mine. I stepped forward, my heart pounding. They don't belong to you, I shouted, my voice barely audible over the rising wind. The entity laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. They are bound by their own despair. I did not take them. They came to me willingly. Is that true? I asked, turning to Jonah. He nodded, his face etched with guilt. I followed her voice. I thought I could save her, but I was wrong. The shadow loomed closer, its form writhing like smoke. "They belong to me," it repeated, "unless you have something to offer in their place." I hesitated, the weight of its words sinking in. "What do you want?" The entity's eyes burned brighter. "A trade, a life for a life. Stay, and I will release them." Before I could respond, Margaret stepped forward, her expression resolute. "No," she said firmly. "This ends here." She turned to Jonah, her voice softening. "We've suffered enough. It's time to let go." "But I can't leave you," Jonah said, his voice breaking. "You're not leaving me," Margaret replied. "We'll be free, together." She reached out and took his hand, their forms glowing brighter. The shadow hissed, its shape convulsing as the light grew stronger. I watched in awe as Margaret and Jonah began to ascend, their figures dissolving into the light. The shadow recoiled, letting out a final anguished cry before dissipating into the night. The wind died down, and the sea grew calm. For the first time in decades, Stormhaven felt at peace. I stayed at Stormhaven for a few more days, finishing the repairs and reflecting on what I'd witnessed. Greaves, too, seemed lighter, as though a great burden had been lifted. On my final day, I climbed to the lantern room one last time. As I looked out over the sea, I thought I saw two figures in the distance, a man and a woman, standing hand in hand on the waves. They turned toward the lighthouse, and for a brief moment I felt a profound sense of gratitude and peace. Then they vanished, leaving only the endless horizon and the gentle sound of the sea. Stormhaven would always hold its mysteries, but one thing was certain. Jonah and Margaret had finally found their rest. The echoes of Blackwood Manor. The letter arrived on a rainy morning, its parchment yellowed and edges frayed. The handwriting was an elegant scrawl, almost too perfect, as though it had been copied from an antique tome. "To Ms. Evelyn Ward," it began. "You are cordially invited to Blackwood Manor to assist in the cataloguing of its extensive and unique library. Your reputation as a scholar of rare manuscripts precedes you, and your expertise would be invaluable for this endeavour. Accommodations will be provided, and your fee most generous. Please arrive by the 13th of this month. Transportation will await you at the station." It was signed simply, Monsieur Blackwood. I had never heard of Blackwood Manor, nor of its enigmatic proprietor, but the prospect intrigued me. As a historian and archivist, I'd spent years buried in the dimly lit corners of museums and libraries, chasing whispers of the past. An invitation like this was rare, a chance to uncover something extraordinary. 2 weeks later, I found myself on a rattling train heading deep into the countryside. The rain had followed me from London, and the sky was a swirling mass of grey clouds. As the train slowed at the last station, I spotted a figure waiting on the platform, a tall, wiry man dressed in a black coat, his posture stiff and formal. "Ms. Ward?" he asked as I stepped onto the platform. His voice was low, almost a whisper. "Yes," I replied. "I am Thomas, the butler at Blackwood Manor. I trust your journey was uneventful." I nodded, though the truth was my nerves were already on edge. Something about the air here felt different, heavy, almost oppressive. Thomas gestured to a waiting carriage, its driver a silent figure cloaked in shadows. The ride to Blackwood Manor was uneventful but unsettling. The forest seemed to close in around us. The trees gnarled and twisted like frozen dancers. When the manor came into view, my breath caught. It was enormous, a sprawling Gothic estate with towering spires and ivy-covered walls. Yet there was a peculiar stillness about it, as though it had been abandoned for decades. "This way, Miss Ward," Thomas said, leading me inside. The interior was just as I had imagined, grand yet foreboding. Chandeliers hung from vaulted ceilings, their crystals glinting faintly in the dim light. Portraits of stern-faced ancestors lined the walls, their eyes seeming to follow me as I passed. Thomas led me to a room on the second floor, a spacious yet sombre chamber with heavy drapes and an ornate canopy bed. "Dinner will be served at 7, he said. "Mr. Blackwood looks forward to meeting you." And with that, he left me alone in the silence of Blackwood Manor. The hours before dinner were uneventful yet unsettling. I unpacked my belongings, pacing the room to shake the peculiar unease that had settled over me. The air in the manor seemed charged, as though some unseen force watched my every move. As 7 o'clock approached, I descended the grand staircase to the dining hall. The space was vast, dominated by an antique oak table that could have seated 30, yet bore only a single setting at one end. Candles flickered in the ornate candelabras, their flames casting long, dancing shadows. Thomas appeared soundlessly behind me, gesturing toward the table. "Mr. Blackwood will join you shortly." I sat, nerves tingling, and studied my surroundings. The room was adorned with tapestries depicting hunting scenes, their colours faded, but the figures vibrant in their grim expressions. A large portrait hung above the fireplace, a man with piercing eyes and a stern mouth. Something about his gaze unsettled me. "Ah, Miss Ward," a voice interrupted my thoughts. I turned to see a man in his late 40s, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit. His face was pale, almost gaunt, but his smile was disarmingly warm. "Michael Blackwood," he introduced himself, extending a hand. "Evelyn Ward," I replied, shaking it. His grip was firm, his skin cool to the touch. "I must thank you for accepting my invitation," he said as he took his seat. "The library at Blackwood Manor is a treasure trove, but it has been neglected for far too long. I trust you'll find it a challenge worthy of your talents." "I look forward to seeing it," I said, "though I admit your letter was cryptic." Michael's smile widened, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Blackwood Manor holds many mysteries, Miss Ward. Perhaps that is why you're here, to uncover them." The conversation turned to lighter topics as dinner was served, a sumptuous meal of roasted pheasant and root vegetables. Yet, despite the richness of the food, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. "Tell me," I said, breaking the silence, "how long has the manor been in your family?" Michael's expression darkened ever so slightly. "Since the 16th century. It has seen many generations, each leaving their mark, some more dramatically than others." "What do you mean?" I asked, intrigued. Michael hesitated, then leaned forward. "The Blackwood lineage is not without its tragedies, Miss Ward. This house has a way of holding on to the past." The next morning, I was shown to the library. It was everything I had imagined and more. A cavernous room with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, ladders on brass rails, and a massive stained glass window that bathed the space in muted light. Dust motes danced in the air, disturbed only by my footsteps. As I began my work, cataloguing the shelves and noting the condition of the manuscripts, I couldn't help but feel a peculiar energy. Some books seemed impossibly old, their spines cracked and their pages brittle. Others bore strange symbols, their titles written in languages I couldn't identify. One book in particular caught my eye. Its cover was bound in dark leather, embossed with the image of a tree whose roots twisted unnaturally. The title, Arbor Obscura, was etched in gold. "Curious choice," came a voice from behind me. I turned to see Michael standing in the doorway. "This book," I said, holding it up, "seems different. Michael stepped closer, his expression unreadable. It's an oddity, certainly, a chronicle of sorts, detailing the history of Blackwood Manor and its surroundings. But it's also a cautionary tale. A cautionary tale? I asked. He nodded. Legends, mostly. Stories of a great tree that once stood on this land, long before the manor was built. They say it was a gathering place for those who practiced unsanctioned rituals. Rituals? Dark things, Michael said, his voice dropping to a whisper. Sacrifices, invocations. The tree was said to be cursed, and when it was cut down, its roots seeped into the earth, poisoning it. And you believe this? Michael smiled faintly. What I believe is irrelevant. The land remembers Ms. Ward, and sometimes it refuses to forget. That night, as I lay in bed, I was awoken by a sound, a faint rustling, like leaves caught in the wind. I sat up, listening intently. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a low, mournful groan that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I grabbed a candle and ventured into the corridor. The house was silent, the only light coming from the flickering flame in my hand. As I approached the library, the air grew colder. The door was ajar, and a soft glow spilled into the hallway. I stepped inside, my breath catching. The stained glass window was illuminated, its colours more vivid than I had ever seen. And there, in the centre of the room, stood a figure, a woman in a long flowing gown, her face obscured by shadows. "Who's there?" I called, my voice trembling. The figure turned slowly, her movements unnaturally fluid. When she stepped into the light, I saw her face, pale, with hollow eyes that seemed to peer into my very soul. "Leave this place," she whispered, her voice like the rustling of dead leaves, "before it claims you too." Before I could respond, the figure dissolved into the air, leaving only the echo of her warning. The next day, I confronted Michael. "There's something in this house," I said, "something unexplainable." Michael's expression was grave. "You've seen her?" I nodded. "Who is she?" He sighed. "Her name was Eleanor Blackwood. She lived here in the 18th century and was said to be connected to the land in ways others feared. They called her a witch, though whether she truly was, I cannot say." "What happened to her?" "She vanished," Michael said, "on the night of the harvest moon after a terrible storm. Some say she was taken by the land itself, swallowed by the roots of the great tree. And now she haunts this place." Michael met my gaze, his eyes filled with an emotion I couldn't place. "She is one of many, Ms. Ward. The past is not so easily buried at Blackwood Manor." Over the next few days, the haunting presence in the manor grew stronger. Whispers seemed to follow me wherever I went, and cold spots lingered in unlikely places. The library became both my sanctuary and my torment. Its vast collection felt like a puzzle, each piece drawing me closer to a terrible truth. It was while examining Arbor Obscura that I stumbled upon a page with an unsettling illustration, a labyrinth of roots twisting deep beneath the earth, encasing skeletal remains in their gnarled grasp. The accompanying text was written in Latin, but I managed to translate enough to piece together its warning. "The roots of the cursed tree are eternal, a conduit for the lost. Those who disturb the soil risk waking what should remain dormant." Disturbing the soil. The words rang in my mind, and a memory surfaced. Thomas mentioning recent renovations to the manor's foundation. That evening, I cornered him in the kitchen. "Thomas," I said, my voice low, "what exactly was uncovered during the renovations?" His hands trembled as he set down the kettle. "It's not my place to say, Miss Ward," he muttered. "You must tell me," I insisted. "Whatever was found, whatever is happening here, It's connected." He hesitated, then spoke in a hushed tone. "While repairing the eastern wing, the workers broke through to an underground chamber. At first, we thought it was just a forgotten cellar, but then we saw the carvings on the walls, symbols none of us recognized, and the roots. They were everywhere, as though the tree itself was still alive, growing beneath the manor." "What happened to the chamber?" I asked. "Sealed," Thomas said firmly. "Mr. Blackwood ordered it bricked up immediately. He said it was for our own safety." I confronted Michael that night, finding him in his study. "You didn't tell me about the chamber," I said. He looked up from his ledger, his expression weary. "Because it's irrelevant." "On the contrary," I said, placing Arbor Obscura on his desk, opened to the page depicting the cursed roots. "This proves it's anything but." Michael studied the page, his jaw tightening. "You don't understand what you're meddling with," he said. "Then explain it to me," I demanded. He sighed, leaning back in his chair. "The chamber beneath the eastern wing is a remnant of an older time, a place where rites were performed to bind the spirit of the land to its people. When the tree was cut down, the rites stopped, but the connection remained, and now it festers." "Eleanor's connection," I said, realization dawning. Michael nodded. "She was the last to perform the rites. When she disappeared, the balance was broken. The land became restless." "And the chamber?" "It's a doorway, Ms. Ward. A threshold between our world and whatever lies beyond. Sealing it was the only way to contain its influence." "Then why is it still affecting the manor?" I asked. Michael hesitated, then said, "Because some doors, once opened, cannot be fully closed." That night, I made my decision. If the chamber was the source of the disturbances, it needed to be confronted. Armed with a lantern and a crowbar, I made my way to the eastern wing. The sealed entrance was hidden behind a tapestry, its bricks hastily laid and crumbling in places. With each swing of the crowbar, the air grew colder, and an unnatural stillness enveloped the corridor. When the final brick fell, I peered into the darkness beyond. The chamber was vast, its walls covered in strange, swirling symbols that seemed to writhe under the flickering light of my lantern. The roots were as Thomas had described, thick, gnarled tendrils that snaked across the floor and ceiling, pulsing faintly as though alive. And in the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, its surface stained dark with age. I approached cautiously, my breath visible in the frigid air. As I drew closer, the whispers began, soft at first, then rising to a cacophony. Words in a language I couldn't understand echoed off the walls, each syllable piercing my mind like a blade. "Evelyn." The voice cut through the din, clear and unmistakable. I turned, and there she was, Eleanor. Her form was more defined now, her pale face illuminated by the glow of the roots. "You should not be here," she said, her voice laced with both warning and sorrow. "Why are you here?" I asked. "What do you want?" "To undo what was done," she said, "but it is too late. The land has claimed me, and it will claim you too if you remain." Before I could respond, the ground trembled and the roots began to writhe violently. From the darkness, a shape emerged, hulking, amorphous, and radiating a malevolent energy that made my knees buckle. It was the manifestation of the land itself, a creature born of the cursed roots and the centuries of despair they had absorbed. Eleanor raised a hand, her translucent form glowing brighter. "There is a way to end this," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos around us. "But it will require great sacrifice." "What kind of sacrifice?" I asked. "To sever the connection, someone must take my place," she said, "to bind the land and bring it peace. I hesitated, the weight of her words sinking in. And if no one does? The land will consume everything, she said simply. The creature roared, its form lurching closer. The roots lashed out, cracking the stone walls as they reached for me. I'll do it, I said, the words escaping before I could reconsider. Eleanor's expression softened. You are brave, Evelyn Ward, but this is not your burden to bear. She turned to the creature, her glow intensifying. I began this, and I will end it. With a wave of her hand, she directed the roots toward herself. They wrapped around her, pulling her toward the altar. As they tightened, the chamber grew brighter, the symbols on the walls flaring with light. The creature let out a final deafening roar before dissolving into ash. The roots fell limp, and the whispers ceased. Eleanor's form faded, but not before she turned to me one last time. Thank you, she said, her voice barely audible. When I emerged from the chamber, the air felt lighter, as though the house itself had sighed in relief. Michael found me in the corridor, his face pale. It's over, I said. He nodded, though his expression was tinged with sadness. You've done more for this house than I could ever repay. I left Blackwood Manor the next day, carrying with me the weight of what I had witnessed. The experience changed me, though I couldn't say how. Years later, I received a package, a letter from Michael, along with the Arbor Obscura. The letter simply read, "The land remembers, but now it rests. Thank you." The Lantern Keeper's Secret. The island was shrouded in mist as the ferry approached, its engine coughing like an old man. I stood at the bow, my suitcase clutched tightly in my hand, watching as the shape of the lighthouse emerged from the gloom. Its spire loomed over the jagged rocks, a lone sentinel against the relentless sea. "Are you sure about this, miss?" the ferryman asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. "Not many last long on Raven's Reach." I forced a smile, though my stomach churned with unease. "I'll be fine. It's just a job." He chuckled darkly. "You'll see soon enough. That place has a way of getting under your skin." He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. The isolation of Raven's Reach was exactly what I needed, a chance to escape the noise of the world and start fresh. The lighthouse keeper's assistant position was mundane, but that was the point. A quiet job, a remote island, and no distractions. As the ferry pulled alongside the weathered dock, I spotted a figure waiting, a tall, wiry man in a woolen coat that flapped in the salty breeze. His face was lined with age and worry, his piercing blue eyes assessing me as I stepped ashore. "You'll be Miss Clara Bennett," he said, his voice clipped. "Yes," I replied. "Welcome to Raven's Reach," he said, though there was no warmth in his tone. "I'm Edwin Carraway, the keeper. Follow me." We walked in silence up the winding path to the lighthouse. The air smelled of brine and decay, and the cry of gulls echoed eerily in the distance. The lighthouse itself was imposing up close, its weather-beaten exterior streaked with salt and algae. "The lamp must stay lit at all times," Edwin said as he unlocked the heavy door. "That's the first and most important rule." "Understood," I said. He turned to face me, his expression stern. "And no matter what you hear at night, no matter what you think you see, do not leave the tower." I blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean?" Edwin's face darkened. "You'll understand soon enough." The lighthouse interior was cold and damp, its narrow walls lined with rusted equipment and faded charts of the surrounding sea. The air smelled faintly of oil and mildew, and the distant crash of waves seemed louder within the hollow tower. Edwin led me up the spiraling staircase, each step creaking underfoot. At the top, we reached the lantern room, where the massive Fresnel lens dominated the space. Its intricate prisms gleamed faintly in the pale daylight. "The light must be maintained every evening without exception," Edwin said, gesturing toward the massive apparatus. "I'll show you how to trim the wick, refill the oil and polish the lens. Simple enough." He hesitated, then added, "But if the light falters, you'll see things in the dark, things you'd rather not." "What kinds of things?" I asked, my curiosity piqued despite the shiver running down my spine. Edwin's expression hardened. "Things that don't belong. That's all you need to know." I wanted to press him for more, but his tone brooked no argument. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I stood by the lamp as Edwin demonstrated the nightly routine. The light flared to life, casting beams across the sea and illuminating the endless waves. For a moment, it was almost comforting, as though the light could banish the creeping unease that had settled over me since my arrival. But then Edwin turned to me with an intensity that made my breath catch. "The second rule," he said, "is this: never go to the cliffs after dark." "Why not?" He stared out the window, his face lined with years of worry. "Because they'll call to you, and if you answer, you'll never return." The first few nights passed uneventfully. I focused on my duties, familiarizing myself with the machinery and keeping the lamp burning bright. Edwin was distant, speaking only when necessary, and often disappearing for hours without explanation. It wasn't until the fourth night that I began to understand his warnings. The wind had picked up, howling through the tower and rattling the windows. I was alone in the lantern room, checking the oil reservoir, when I heard it, a soft melodic hum drifting on the breeze. I froze, straining to listen. The sound grew clearer, a chorus of voices rising and falling in a haunting harmony. I peered out the window, my heart pounding. The cliffs were barely visible in the moonlight, jagged silhouettes against the restless sea. But I could see movement, a faint, shifting glow that danced along the rocks like fireflies. The voices grew louder, more insistent, and I felt an inexplicable urge to follow them. My hand moved toward the door before I caught myself, gripping the frame tightly. "Don't answer," I whispered to myself, repeating Edwin's warning like a mantra. The whispers persisted, but I forced myself to stay put until they faded into silence. The next morning, I confronted Edwin. He was in the kitchen, stirring a pot of stew, when I burst in. "There's something out there," I said. "I heard it last night, the voices, and I saw lights on the cliffs." Edwin didn't look up. "So you've heard them?" "You knew this would happen," I said, anger and fear bubbling to the surface. "Why didn't you tell me the truth?" He sighed heavily, setting down the spoon. "Because the truth doesn't help, it only makes it worse." "Tell me anyway," I demanded. Edwin leaned against the counter, his expression haunted. "The cliffs have been cursed for as long as anyone can remember. Sailors speak of the lantern maidens, lost souls who were drawn to the light but found only death on the rocks below. Their cries are carried on the wind, and their glow is said to lure others to the same fate." "And the lighthouse?" I asked. "Does it protect us?" "It does," he said, "but only if the light never falters. The maidens are bound to the darkness. When the lamp shines, they can't cross the threshold. But if it goes out..." He trailed off, his meaning clear. The next night, I couldn't shake the unease. The wind had died down, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. I stayed close to the lamp, my eyes darting between the machinery and the cliffs outside. Shortly after midnight, the unthinkable happened. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the room, and the lamp flickered. My stomach dropped as the light sputtered and went out. Frantic, I grabbed the oil canister and began refilling the reservoir, my hands shaking. The darkness pressed against the glass, and the whispers returned, louder and more urgent than before. This time, they weren't just on the wind. They were inside the tower. I turned, and my breath caught in my throat. The shadows had taken shape, pale figures with hollow eyes and dripping hair, their translucent forms illuminated by an otherworldly glow. They drifted closer, their mouths moving soundlessly as they reached for me. I fumbled with the lamp, striking a match with trembling fingers. The flame caught, and the light flared to life, banishing the figures in an instant. Edwin found me in the lantern room at dawn, slumped against the wall, still clutching the spent matchbook. "They came," I said hoarsely. He nodded grimly. "They always do when the light fails." "I can't do this," I said. "I can't stay here." "You must," he said. "The lamp must be kept lit. If we abandon it, the maidens will grow stronger, and the island will be theirs." I wanted to argue, to scream, but his eyes held a truth I couldn't deny. The following days blurred together in a haze of exhaustion and fear. Edwin doubled my training on the lamp's mechanics, drilling every detail into me as though my life depended on it, which, I realized, it did. Despite his gruff demeanor, I sensed a desperation in him, a man clinging to duty as his only anchor. It wasn't until the 5th night after the lamp failed that I noticed something strange. While scrubbing the salt-crusted glass of the lantern room, I caught sight of a figure standing on the cliff's edge. The mist curled around them like ghostly tendrils, obscuring their features. "Edwin!" I called down the stairs, my voice tight. By the time he reached me, the figure was gone. I explained what I'd seen, but he dismissed it as a trick of the light. Still, I noticed the way his hands trembled as he returned to the kitchen. That night, I couldn't sleep. The whispers had stopped, but the silence felt just as ominous. I kept replaying the image of the figure in my mind, its stillness, its haunting presence. Against my better judgment, I left my quarters and climbed the spiral stairs to the lantern room. The lamp cast its steady beam over the restless sea, and I took solace in its rhythm. But as I stared out into the darkness, I felt a strange pull toward the cliffs. I had no intention of leaving the tower, yet my feet moved toward the door as if of their own accord. Then I heard it, a faint voice, different from the eerie whispers. This one was softer, more human. "Help me." The words sent a chill down my spine. The next morning, I scoured the lighthouse for any records Edwin might have hidden. I found nothing in his quarters, only neatly folded clothes and a single faded photograph of a woman whose face was half obscured by age. It wasn't until I checked the supply closet that I discovered a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Inside was an old, water-damaged journal. The entries were written in a delicate hand, their ink smeared in places but still legible. They belonged to a woman named Eliza Carraway, Edwin's wife. July 13th, 1878. Edwin says the light is all that matters, but I can't ignore the cries. I hear them every night now, begging for release. He forbids me from going to the cliffs, but how can I stay here while they suffer? July 15th, 1878. The whispers grow louder. One of the voices is familiar, a girl's. She calls my name. The final entry was the most chilling. July 18th, 1878. I've decided. Tonight I will go to them. If I don't return, tell Edwin I'm sorry. I shut the journal, my hands shaking. "Eliza," I whispered. Was she one of them now? One of the lantern maidens, lost to the cliffs? "Why didn't you tell me about her?" I demanded, holding the journal out to Edwin. He stared at the book for a long moment before speaking. "There was nothing to tell," he said quietly. Eliza made her choice, and I couldn't stop her. She's still out there, I said. I've heard her. She's calling for help. Edwin slammed his fist on the table, startling me. She's gone, he barked. What you hear isn't her. It's the curse. It wears her voice to draw you in. I refused to believe him. The journal, the voice, they felt too real to dismiss. I'm going to the cliffs, I said. Edwin's face darkened. If you do, you won't come back. That night I waited until Edwin was asleep before slipping out of the tower. The mist was thicker than ever, curling around me like a living thing. The lantern's beam swept over the cliffs, illuminating the jagged rocks below. As I neared the edge, the voices returned. They were clearer now, no longer whispers but full sentences, pleading and sorrowful. Eliza, one voice called. You promised to help us. I'm not Eliza, I said aloud, my voice trembling. The mist parted, revealing a group of figures standing just beyond the beam of light. Their eyes were hollow, their forms translucent, but their expressions were etched with anguish. One figure stepped forward. It was a woman, her hair tangled with seaweed, her face eerily similar to the photo in Edwin's room. Eliza? I asked, my breath hitching. She shook her head. No, but I knew her. She tried to save us, but the sea claimed her too. What do you want from me? I whispered. To finish what she started, the woman said, to set us free. The lantern maidens explained their plight. Bound by the curse of Raven's Reach, they were trapped between worlds, their souls tethered to the cliffs. The light of the lighthouse kept them at bay, but it also imprisoned them, denying them peace. There's a way to break the curse, the woman said, but it requires a great sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? I asked. She hesitated. The lamp must be extinguished, and the cliffs must be embraced. Only then can the tether be broken. I understood her meaning. Someone had to willingly step into the darkness, to sever the connection and take their place among the lost. Back at the lighthouse, Edwin confronted me. You've seen them, he said. Yes, I replied, and I know how to end this. His face fell. You don't know what you're saying. If the lamp goes out, the curse could spread. The sea will take more than just the cliffs. Or it could end it for good, I said. We argued long into the night, but my mind was made up. At dawn, I climbed the tower one last time, extinguishing the lamp as the sun rose. The voices grew louder, then faded into silence as the mist lifted. The cliffs were empty, the sea calm. I never saw Edwin again, but I like to think he found peace in his solitude. As for me, I remained on the island, watching over the cliffs, not as a keeper of light, but as a guardian of the dark. The Hill of the Trowers. The ferry rocked gently as it pulled into the harbour, the tiny village of Vidlin on the Shetland Islands coming into view. The air was sharp and bracing, carrying the tang of salt and the faint, earthy scent of peat fires. I clutched my coat tighter around me and adjusted the satchel over my shoulder. "Are you sure about this?" asked the ferryman, a wiry man with a wind-burned face. "Yes," I replied firmly, though my resolve wavered. "I need the solitude." He gave me a look that hovered between pity and warning. "Solitude's one thing, lass. The hills are another. Watch yourself." I smiled faintly, unsure how to respond, and stepped ashore. The cottage I'd rented was a mile inland, nestled at the base of a hill locals called Troe No. I'd read about the folklore before coming here. Trows, the mischievous little people of the Shetlands, said to live beneath the hills. They were tricksters, according to the tales, capable of both harm and kindness, depending on how one treated them. Of course, I'd dismissed it as quaint superstition. I was here to escape the noise of my former life, to bury myself in my writing and the stark beauty of the islands. The trows, if they existed at all, wouldn't bother me. Or so I thought. The cottage was smaller than I'd expected, with thick stone walls and a thatched roof. Inside, the air was cool, but smelled faintly of lavender and herbs, as though someone had been here recently. The landlady, a cheerful woman named Morag, had promised the cottage would be ready for my arrival. Sure enough, there was a fire laid in the hearth and a kettle waiting on the stove. But as I set my bag down, I noticed something odd. A small bundle of twigs tied with red thread sitting on the windowsill. Curious, I picked it up and turned it over in my hands. "A protection charm," said a voice behind me, making me jump. I turned to see Morag standing in the doorway, her hands dusted with flour and a loaf of bread in a basket at her hip. "For the trows," she explained. "Best keep it there. They don't take kindly to strangers." I tried to laugh, but it came out awkwardly. "You don't really believe in that, do you?" Her expression turned serious. "I've lived here long enough to know better than to doubt them. If you want a quiet stay, you'll leave it be." I nodded, more to appease her than out of conviction, and she seemed satisfied. She left me with the bread and a few jars of preserves, her parting words ringing in my ears. "The hills may seem empty, but you're never alone out here." That night, the wind howled around the cottage, rattling the shutters and whistling through the eaves. I sat by the fire, my notebook open in my lap, but the words refused to come. My thoughts kept straying to the stories I'd read, the trows who played their fiddles under the hills, who stole unguarded children, and who were said to whisk unwary travellers away to their subterranean homes. I shook my head, annoyed at myself for letting old legends distract me. It was then that I heard it. A soft, shuffling noise like footsteps coming from just outside the door. I froze, my pen poised above the page. The sound came again, this time accompanied by a faint, high-pitched giggle. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was only the sound of the wind. Then, just as I began to relax, something small and light tapped against the window. I turned to look, but saw nothing beyond the rain-streaked glass. Heart pounding, I approached the window and peered out into the darkness. The mist had thickened, swirling around the base of the Troy Knoll. I could have sworn I saw a shadow moving there, just at the edge of my vision. The next morning, I decided to explore the hill despite Morag's warnings. The mist had lifted, revealing a landscape of rolling green fields and jagged cliffs. The hill itself was unremarkable, a gentle rise dotted with sheep and heather. As I climbed, I felt a strange sense of unease, as though the air were heavier here. Near the summit, I stumbled across something unexpected, a fiddle lying in the grass. Its wood was weathered and cracked, but the strings were intact, glinting in the sunlight. I picked it up, marveling at its craftsmanship. Who could have left it here? As I turned it over, I noticed something carved into the wood, a series of intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. I felt a sudden compulsion to play it, though I hadn't touched an instrument in years. The moment I drew the bow across the strings, a haunting melody filled the air. It wasn't a tune I recognized, but it seemed to flow through me as though I were merely a vessel. Then I heard it, a faint hum, low and resonant, coming from beneath my feet. I froze, my hands trembling. The hum grew louder, and the ground beneath me seemed to shift, as though something were stirring within the hill. I stood frozen, the fiddle's eerie tune still lingering in the air. The hum from beneath the earth grew louder, vibrating through the soles of my boots and up into my chest. It wasn't just the hill that seemed to tremble. It felt as if something alive was stirring in the depths of the land. I took a hesitant step back, clutching the fiddle tighter. The melody continued to play, an ethereal tune that seemed both ancient and familiar. For a moment, I swore I could hear faint voices rising in harmony with the song, murmuring in a language I didn't understand, but felt deep in my bones. "Who's there?" I called, my voice faltering. "What do you want?" The response came in a soft rustle, like wind whispering through the grass. Then, through the silence, a voice, a child's voice, spoke, as though it were right beside me. "Come, follow us." My heart thudded in my chest and I stumbled back, dropping the fiddle in my panic. The voice was so clear, so real, and yet there was no one around. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. I had read the stories, but this was different. This wasn't the playful mischief of folklore. It felt darker, more insistent. As I turned to leave, the air seemed to press in on me. The ground below my feet felt soft, like it was shifting beneath the weight of my steps. I glanced over my shoulder, and for the briefest moment, I thought I saw something, or someone, standing at the edge of the hill, just beyond the mist. A shadow. But not just any shadow. It had shape, movement, eyes that gleamed in the dim light. The figure was small, no taller than a child, and dressed in tattered rags. I blinked, and when I looked again, it was gone. Back at the cottage, I couldn't shake the image of the figure in the mist. Had I imagined it, or had I truly seen a trowel? The fiddle, still lying on the ground at the summit, seemed to call to me, as though it wanted to be played again. But I didn't dare return to the hill, not yet. That evening, I sat by the hearth, trying to focus on my writing, but my thoughts kept drifting to the strange occurrences of the day. It wasn't until the wind began to pick up again that I noticed the change. The door creaked open, though I was certain I had closed it tightly before. The flickering firelight seemed to grow dimmer, casting long, wavering shadows across the room. And then the whispering began. It was faint at first, like the rustling of leaves, but then it became clearer, more urgent. "Come to us," the voice said. I spun around, my breath caught in my throat. There, standing in the doorway, was a figure. A small man, his face pale as moonlight, his hair matted and wild. His clothes were a patchwork of rags, and his feet were bare. His eyes gleamed with an unnatural light as he stared at me. "You played the fiddle," he said in a voice like dry leaves crunching. "Now, you must join us." I froze. The stories I had read about trowels, their trickery, their bargains, flashed through my mind. In many of the old tales, the trowels would offer a deal, a gift, in exchange for a soul. The price was never clear, but it always seemed to be steep. I swallowed hard. "What do you want from me?" The trowel tilted his head, a twisted smile curling on his lips. "Not much, just a small price for your presence. You have been chosen, you see. You came to the hill, played the tune. Now you belong to us." "I didn't mean—" "You didn't mean to?" The trowel laughed, a sound like brittle branches snapping. "No one ever does. But the hill remembers, the fiddle remembers. And once you've made your choice, it is not so easy to undo." For a long moment I stood there, paralyzed by his gaze. The room seemed to close in on me, the shadows lengthening until they seemed to writhe like serpents on the walls. I thought of the stories, of the trowels who lured people into their caves with music, only to trap them forever. But this felt different. There was no sense of malice in his voice, only cold inevitability. What do you want me to do?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The trow's smile widened, revealing sharp, yellowed teeth. It's simple. We offer you a gift. Power, knowledge, or a simple wish. But in exchange, you must give something of yourself. A part of your soul, perhaps. Your future. Your memories. Is that all? I said bitterly. He chuckled, the sound sending a chill down my spine. It is a small price for eternity. I wanted to scream, to tell him no, but something inside me stirred. The thought of the gift, the power to undo my past mistakes, to be free of the life I had run from, was tempting. But even as I thought it, I knew something was wrong. Something was off about the way he spoke, the way his eyes gleamed with that unnatural light. No, I said firmly, taking a step back. I'm not making any deals with you. The trow's expression darkened. You refuse? After you called to us? After you played the song? The wind outside howled, and the room seemed to shudder in response. The trow stepped closer, his shadow stretching impossibly long. Then you will pay the price. I stood my ground, my heart racing in my chest. I won't go with you. I won't be part of your bargain. The trow's eyes flared with a furious light, and in that moment I felt the full weight of the hill's power. The room seemed to close in around me, the air thickening until it felt as though I was suffocating. I could hear the faintest whisper of a tune, the same eerie melody I had heard on the hill, now pulsing through the walls of the cottage. You will regret this, the trow hissed. No one defies us and lives to tell the tale. With that, the shadows seemed to surge forward, and I felt myself falling, as if the very ground beneath me had given way. The last thing I heard before I lost consciousness was the fiddle's haunting, echoing melody. I woke to a feeling of weightlessness. For a long moment, I wasn't sure where I was. The room seemed to shift around me, the walls pulsating in a rhythmic pattern. It took me a few moments to gather myself, to steady my breath. Then I realized I wasn't in the cottage anymore. I lay on the ground, surrounded by stone. Not the rough, weathered walls of my rented home, but something far older. I could feel the coolness of the rock beneath me, smooth and ancient, and the faintest hum vibrating from the very earth itself. It was as if the land was alive, breathing with me, its pulse syncing with mine. I sat up slowly, my head swimming, and saw that I was no longer on the hill. Instead, I stood in a cavernous space, its stone walls lined with carvings, runes, symbols, and images of creatures I couldn't quite make out. Above me, a massive ceiling rose, and the faintest glow emanated from cracks in the rock, casting an eerie light across the cavern floor. I looked around, feeling a deep sense of both awe and terror. The air was thick with an ancient power, and the very earth beneath me seemed to hum with it. Where am I? I whispered to no one, my voice echoing in the vast, silent expanse. A movement to my left caught my eye, and I turned sharply. There, standing at the edge of the cavern, was the trow. His shadowy figure loomed larger than before, his eyes now glowing with an unsettling intensity. You have come, he said, his voice not a whisper but a low, rumbling growl. And now you will understand. I tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. My throat was dry, my heart thudding painfully in my chest. There was a weight to this place, a gravity that felt unnatural, as though it wasn't just the earth that held me here, but something far older, far more powerful. Do you feel it? The trow asked, his voice thick with a strange satisfaction. The land remembers, child. It remembers all who walk its soil. The trow stepped closer, his eyes burning with an unnatural fire. He seemed to radiate power. Yet there was something unsettling about it, as though he were but a vessel for something far darker. "You thought the fiddle was the key," he continued, his tone dripping with amusement. "But the true power lies here, beneath the earth, beneath the hills. This is where the ancient ones dwell. The Trows are merely guardians, protectors of what slumbers." He gestured to the cavern around us, and I felt a sudden shiver of recognition. The symbols on the walls, the strange glow, they weren't just decorations. They were markers, seals that had been placed long ago to contain something that was stirring. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely audible. The Trow smiled, though it was a smile devoid of any warmth. "It is not a what, but a who. It is the Old One, the one who gave the Trows their power, the one who sleeps deep beneath these hills, waiting for the day when the veil between worlds will thin enough for him to rise again." I felt my blood run cold. The Old One. A name I had never heard before, but one that seemed to reverberate in my very soul. I understood in that moment that the land itself was alive, not just with the power of the Trows, but with something far darker, far older. The Trow's voice grew softer, more coaxing. "You have already touched the power, lass. The fiddle was merely the beginning. You played it because the hill called to you, and you answered." "But I don't want this," I protested, stumbling back. "I don't want any part of this." The Trow's smile faltered, but his gaze remained unwavering. "You cannot refuse. The land has chosen you. The Old One chooses all who walk the hills. You are already a part of this world, whether you accept it or not." Suddenly the ground beneath me seemed to tremble, and the symbols on the walls began to glow brighter. The hum grew louder, vibrating through my bones. I staggered, clutching my head, as the earth seemed to shift around me. Then, through the dizzying confusion, I heard it, the music, the same melody that had called me to the hill, the same eerie tune that had haunted me since I first set foot on the island. It was louder now, closer. A figure appeared in the distance, emerging from the shadows. This one wasn't a Trow. It was something else, taller, darker, and yet undeniably ancient. Its face was obscured by a hood, its body cloaked in tattered robes. "Come," it beckoned, its voice low and ancient. "Come to us, come to the heart of the hill." The figure's voice pulled at me, urging me forward. I wanted to resist, to run, but the pull of the land, the pull of the music was too strong. The Trow stepped aside, his eyes filled with what could only be described as pity. "You cannot resist," he murmured. "None ever could." And with that I began to walk, my feet moving of their own accord. The cavern seemed to open up before me, revealing a vast chamber at its heart. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, an otherworldly place where the boundaries between reality and dream seemed to blur. The walls of the chamber pulsed with a soft, golden light, and in the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient artifact, an orb glowing with a sickly greenish hue. The music grew louder, the haunting tune filling the chamber, and I found myself reaching for the orb without thinking, drawn to it by some primal force. As my fingers brushed against it, the world around me shifted. The land, the hill, the power of the Trows, it all fused into one. I was no longer an outsider. I had become a part of the ancient magic that had bound the Shetland Islands together for centuries. And as I touched the orb, I felt the presence of the Old One, watching, waiting. His power flowed through me, and in that moment I understood. I was no longer just Clara. I was a vessel, an anchor to the ancient force that had slumbered beneath these hills for millennia. As my fingers brushed the surface of the orb, the room seemed to fold inward, collapsing the distance between time and space. I felt a strange warmth spreading through my body, radiating from my chest outward. It was as if the very marrow of my bones was awakening, stirred by the ancient force that had long lain dormant beneath the hills of the Shetland Islands. I gasped, feeling my breath grow shallow, my heartbeat accelerating. For the first time since I had arrived on the islands, I felt as though I truly belonged. The land, the air, the cold winds, they were no longer foreign to me. They were as much a part of me as the blood flowing through my veins. A deep, resonating voice echoed in my mind, slow, measured, like the pulse of the earth itself. You are mine now. The words were not threatening, not a demand, but a quiet statement of truth. The Old One had risen within me, his ancient power intertwining with my own. His presence was all-encompassing. And in that moment, I understood the weight of the responsibility now placed upon my shoulders. The Trow, standing in the shadows of the cavern, watched with what could almost be called reverence. "You have awakened him," the Trow said softly, his voice no longer mocking but filled with awe. "The Old One has chosen you, and now you are his vessel." I turned to him, the weight of his words sinking in like a stone. "I didn't ask for this," I said, my voice trembling. "I didn't want to be chosen." The Trow smiled, but it was not a smile of malice. It was almost understanding. "No one ever does. The Old One does not ask, he simply chooses. And once chosen, you cannot escape his will. The land calls to you now. You are bound to it, just as we are all bound to the hill." The cavern seemed to respond to the Trow's words, the walls shifting as if the earth itself was alive. I felt a sudden surge of power flood my senses. It was intoxicating, overwhelming. I could hear the winds outside, feel the very breath of the island, its heartbeat pulsing beneath my feet. And yet, I felt trapped. The power of the Old One grew stronger with each passing moment, and with it, a sense of responsibility I could not ignore. I could feel his ancient thoughts pressing against my own, his desires intermingling with mine. He was not a cruel god, but a force of nature, an entity as old as the earth itself, a being who had shaped the land for millennia. The Trows, I now understood, were not merely creatures bound to this land, but its guardians, protectors of the Old One's slumber and his rising. They were not evil, as I had once believed, but emissaries of a power far greater than anything I had known. They had chosen to serve him, to maintain the balance between the world of men and the realm of the Ancient Ones. And now I was one of them. The orb, still cradled in my hands, pulsed with energy, each thrum of its light sending ripples of warmth through my chest. The Old One's voice filled my mind once more, his words no longer a whisper, but a thundering chorus that seemed to come from all around me. "The land calls, child. The hills are restless. The veil between our worlds grows thin, and soon there will be no distinction between the living and the forgotten. The Trows must awaken fully. The old powers must be restored." I closed my eyes, trying to fight the overwhelming surge of energy that seemed to grip me, to force me into a role I was not sure I was ready for. But deep inside, a part of me knew it was already too late. The Old One had chosen me, and there was no turning back. I was bound to this place, to this ancient power. I was now the guardian of the hill. Over the days that followed, the connection between myself and the land grew deeper. I could hear the whispers of the earth beneath my feet, feel the pulse of the island as it moved through me. The hills no longer seemed like silent witnesses to the passing of time. They were living, breathing entities, filled with stories and memories older than the island itself. And in those moments of clarity, when the veil between our worlds grew thin enough, I could hear the voices of the Trows calling to me from the hills. They were no longer distant, playful spirits. They were protectors, stewards of the Old One's power, and they expected me to join them in their work. The more I listened, the more I understood. The Old One had not just chosen me to be his vessel, but his voice, the one who would walk among men and speak the ancient truths that had been hidden for so long. The Trows had guarded these truths for centuries, but now it was my turn to carry them forward. I had been given a great responsibility, and yet, as I walked the hills, feeling the land beneath my feet, I felt strangely at peace. The island was no longer just a place to me, it was my home, my sanctuary. I could feel the life within it, the pulse of the land, and I knew, deep in my soul, that I was part of something far larger than myself. But even as the land embraced me, I knew there would be a cost. The Old One had risen, and with him a new age was beginning. I could feel it in the very air I breathed, a shift in the balance of power, a stirring of ancient forces that would not be ignored. The Trows had warned me long ago of the price of awakening the Old One. The land would no longer remain still, and the balance between the worlds of men and the forgotten would begin to unravel. The veil would grow thinner, and soon the two worlds would collide. The question now was not whether I could stop it, but whether I wanted to. In the heart of the hills, I stood before the standing stones, the place where the veil was thinnest. The Trows had gathered, their eyes watching me, waiting for my decision. The air was thick with anticipation, and the song of the fiddle seemed to echo in the distance, a reminder of how this all began. But now the song was no longer a call. It was an invitation. The Trow who had first led me to the hill stepped forward, his expression somber. "You have awakened the Old One, and now you must decide." "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice strained with uncertainty. "The land is stirring, Clara," the Trow said. "The time has come for the veil to be torn. The Old One has risen, and he will claim what is his. You are his chosen, his guardian, but you are also the bridge between the two worlds. You must decide whether to sever the veil completely or to let it remain intact." I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the decision. I could feel the land's pulse beneath me, the steady rhythm of the Old One's power. The air was thick with potential, with promise, with peril. And as I felt the land calling to me, I knew that my choice would not just shape the future of the Shetland Islands, it would shape the fate of the world itself. Would I tear down the veil between the living and the forgotten, unleashing the ancient powers upon the earth? Or would I leave it standing, protecting the fragile boundary between the two worlds? The choice was mine, and mine alone. I stood at the base of the standing stones, my heart hammering in my chest as I felt the ancient power of the land pulse through me. The wind had died, leaving behind an oppressive silence that felt as though it was waiting for something, waiting for me to decide. The Trows had gathered around me, their eyes unreadable, their forms indistinct in the dim light. There was no comfort in their presence, no reassurance that this was just another test, another trial to prove my worth. This was no trial. This was a decision. The Old One's voice echoed within me, not through sound, but through feeling. His presence was undeniable, his power vast and ancient, a presence that seemed to fill every corner of the hill, every crack in the earth. The veil must fall, child. Only then can true power be restored. His words stirred something deep within me, a longing for something greater, something I had never understood until now. The land, The ancient force beneath it had been silent for so long, waiting for someone to awaken it, and now that someone was me. But what would the world look like if the veil between the living and the forgotten was torn down? What would happen to the people of the Shetland Islands, those who had lived their lives unaware of the ancient power beneath their feet? Would they even survive the awakening of the Old One? I turned to the trow beside me, his expression unreadable. What happens if I let the veil stay? What happens if I don't tear it down? The trow's eyes flickered with something akin to sadness. Then the power will remain dormant. The Old One will sleep again, and the balance will be preserved. But the cost of this is not small. The land will begin to forget. The trows will fade, as will all those who have protected this place for so long. The world will go on, unaware of the magic that has shaped it, and the island will return to its isolation. I felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of the trows fading away, becoming nothing more than forgotten myths. These beings had guarded the ancient powers for millennia, and I, a mere mortal, was now being asked to decide whether they would continue to exist or fade into the abyss of time. The wind picked up again, colder now, as if sensing my indecision. It howled through the cracks in the stones, carrying with it the voices of the trows, the whispers of the land itself. I could hear them more clearly now, the ancient ones who had once roamed these hills. They were calling to me, urging me to act. The veil must fall, they said, their voices united in a chorus of longing. The world will not remember us if we fade. We must return. You must return with us. And yet, deep inside, I felt a resistance, a fear. If I let the veil fall, if I allowed the ancient powers to return to the earth, what would become of the world I knew? Would the people of the islands be swept away in the tide of change? Could I control the forces that had slumbered beneath these hills for so long? Or would I simply be another vessel, another tool of something far older, far more dangerous than I could ever comprehend? I closed my eyes and breathed deeply, trying to steady my racing heart. The world around me seemed to grow quiet, as though the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for my choice. The Old One's voice echoed within me once more, not just in my mind, but in my very soul. You are the chosen one, Clara. You are the vessel. You have touched the ancient power. It is yours now. The veil must fall. The world will remember its roots. The pressure of his words, the weight of the decision was almost too much to bear. But in that moment, something inside me shifted, the fear, the uncertainty. It all melted away. I could feel the land beneath my feet, the pulse of the island calling to me. I had spent so long fighting against it, running from the responsibility. But now I understood. The land had chosen me not as a conqueror, but as a protector. The Old One's power was not a curse. It was a gift to restore balance, to return the world to its true state. I turned to the trow once more, my voice steady now. I will tear the veil down. The trow nodded, his eyes filled with an emotion I could not name. Then you will walk with us, Clara. The land, the trows, and the Old One. Together, we will restore what has been lost. I lifted my hands, feeling the energy within me stir. The orb in my palms glowed brightly, its light a reflection of the power now flowing through me. The land beneath me seemed to hum in anticipation. The standing stones, once still, now trembled with energy. With a deep breath, I raised the orb high, and the ground beneath me shook. The air thickened with energy, swirling around me as though the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The veil between the worlds, the thin boundary between the living and the forgotten, began to dissolve. For a moment there was silence. A vast, timeless silence, and then a surge of power unlike anything I had ever felt before. The energy that rushed through me was pure, ancient, and overwhelming. It felt as though every fibre of my being was being torn apart and remade in an instant. But I did not resist. I could not. I was no longer Clara, the outsider. I was the guardian of the land. I was the bridge between worlds. When the silence finally broke, it was as though the world had been reborn. The land around me shifted, as though the earth itself had been reawakened. The Trows, their eyes glowing with ancient power, stepped forward, their forms becoming more solid, more defined. They were no longer just guardians. They were the return of the forgotten, the ancient ones, ready to reclaim their place in the world. I felt the land stir beneath me, felt the pulse of the Old One as it throbbed through the earth. He was awake now, no longer a distant presence, but a part of me, a part of this world. The veil had fallen, and in its place, a new age had begun. The people of the Shetland Islands would soon feel the change. The winds would carry the whispers of the Trows, and the hills would once again be filled with the ancient power that had shaped this land for centuries. As the Trows gathered around me, I knew that my journey was far from over. The world had changed, and I had changed with it. I was now the protector of the land, the keeper of its ancient secrets. And I would walk these hills forevermore, as part of something much greater than I had ever imagined. The Old One had returned, and so had I. It was mid-June when James Ellis arrived at the ancient gatehouse nestled in the hills of Cybilliam Gwynedd, a quiet valley in Wales where the mists hung low and the air tasted of peat and pine. James, a writer by trade, had rented the crumbling building for the summer, hoping the isolation would give him the space to finish his novel, one that had been slowly brewing in his mind for years, but had failed to take form. He had always written best in solitude, far from the distractions of city life. But this was something different. This place had a weight to it, an almost palpable presence. The gatehouse was old, far older than anything he had ever lived in, and the wind that whispered through the cracks of the stone walls carried with it a strange echo, like a voice long forgotten. As James stood in the doorway, his breath visible in the cool air, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had been here before, not in any real sense, but in a dream perhaps, a place that existed in his mind before his feet ever touched the ground. He laughed at himself, just the anxiety of a man alone in a foreign place, he thought. Still, the sensation lingered like an old song played on a distant piano. The gatehouse was a stone structure, squat and weathered, with ivy creeping up its sides. A narrow window near the top gave a clear view of the valley below, where the ruins of an ancient castle stood atop a hill, dark and skeletal against the grey sky. It was only a short walk from the gatehouse, but something about the sight made James uneasy, as if the castle were watching him, waiting. James spent the first few days getting acquainted with the gatehouse. The air inside was damp, and the wooden floors creaked underfoot, but it was peaceful. The isolation was exactly what he had hoped for. With his mind focused, he began writing, pouring words onto the pages as the days slipped away. But as the sun dipped below the horizon each evening, a quiet restlessness crept over him. He could never quite shake the feeling that the house itself was alive, breathing in sync with the land around it. The wind outside whispered too much, the floorboards groaned too often, and the shadows seemed to lengthen in strange patterns at night. It was on the fifth night that the dreams began. At first they were fleeting, glimpses of a dark hallway, a sense of loss, and a shadowy figure standing in the distance. But as the days passed, the dreams became clearer. James found himself walking down a long corridor, cold stone beneath his feet. a sense of deep sadness settling in his chest. And always, just at the edge of his vision, there was the figure, a man in a tattered cloak, his face hidden in darkness. One morning, after a particularly vivid dream, James awoke with an unsettling thought. The figure was of himself. Unable to ignore the growing sense of unease, James decided to visit the ruins of the castle that loomed just a short walk from the gatehouse. It was a blustery afternoon when he made the trek, his boots crunching in the overgrown grass as he approached the crumbling stone walls. The castle, known as Caer Gwyrdd, had once been a powerful stronghold in medieval times, but now it was nothing more than a collection of jagged stones and forgotten history. As he explored the ruins, he noticed something strange. Beneath the moss and ivy, the stones seemed to be etched with markings, faint, almost imperceptible symbols. They were not the typical runes or carvings he had seen in other ruins, but something far more intricate, something personal. There was a particular stone near the castle's main archway, worn smooth by the centuries. It seemed to draw him in as if it were calling to him. When his fingers brushed the surface, he felt a sudden wave of dizziness, and the world around him seemed to blur. For a moment, he could hear the faint sounds of voices, whispers in a language he didn't understand, but one that felt eerily familiar. Then, just as quickly, the sensation passed. Shaken, James stepped back. He felt as though something had stirred within him, a memory, a connection to something long buried. He looked up at the castle, and for the first time, he saw it with a clarity he had not before. It was not just a ruin, it was part of him. That night, as the wind howled through the gatehouse and the fire crackled in the hearth, James could no longer deny the truth. There was something deeply entwined between him and the castle. The dreams had become more vivid, more intense. He walked through the halls of the gatehouse, only to find himself standing in the same long corridor from his dreams, a deep sense of déjà vu washing over him. He could see the figure clearly now, his own face, but not quite his own. It was a younger version of himself, dressed in the same tattered cloak. The man looked at him with eyes full of sorrow, and James knew instinctively that he had known this man once, in another life. The dream always ended the same way, with the figure reaching out to him, his hand trembling, and then nothing, a dark void where the dream should have continued. In a fit of frustration, James pulled out a notebook and began writing feverishly, trying to make sense of it all. His mind felt scattered, the words coming out in a torrent of disjointed sentences. But then, in the midst of his writing, he paused. He saw something he had not seen before in the corner of the page, a symbol, the same symbol he had noticed on the stone at the castle. It was as if the pages had revealed a connection to the past, something he had not consciously remembered, but that had been buried deep within him. The more he looked at the symbol, the more he understood. This was a mark of belonging. The gatehouse, the castle, it had all been part of his life, long before he ever set foot in Sleep-inducing Gwynedd. The realization hit him like a wave. The man in his dreams, he was not just a shadow. He was an ancestor, a relative whose life had been bound to the land, to the castle, long ago. James had no memory of this connection, but the land knew it. The gatehouse, the castle, the valley, they were waiting for him to remember. That night, the dreams came again, but this time they were different. James found himself standing in the grand hall of the castle, surrounded by banners and flickering torchlight. The man in the cloak stood before him, his face finally revealed, a face he now recognized as his own, but older, weary, and burdened with sorrow. "Why did you leave?" the man asked, his voice echoing in the empty hall. "Why did you forget?" James felt an overwhelming sadness, a deep sense of regret, but also a sense of understanding. He had left the valley long ago, had moved on, as people do. But something had called him back. The castle, the gatehouse, they had never truly left him. The man extended his hand to James, offering him the key to a hidden door. You were meant to return. You were always meant to come back. With trembling hands, James reached out and took the key. As soon as his fingers brushed the cold metal, he awoke with a start. The room bathed in the pale light of dawn. The key to the past, was not just an object. It was a part of him, a part of his soul that had been buried beneath the weight of time. That morning, James returned to the castle ruins with newfound determination. He found the hidden door, just as he had seen in the dream. The key fit perfectly. The door creaked open, revealing a dark passageway that led deeper into the earth. With a deep breath, James stepped inside, ready to uncover the secrets of his forgotten past and the connection that had drawn him to this place. The air in the chamber was thick with the weight of ages. As James stood before the pedestal, his heart pounding in his chest, he felt as though the very walls were watching him, waiting for him to uncover something long forgotten. The book that lay before him seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as if it were alive. No, it was more than just a book. It was a key, a gateway to the truth of his past. James ran his fingers over the leather binding, the texture rough and worn, as though it had been touched by countless hands before his. He opened the cover, and the pages crackled under his fingertips, their edges frayed from centuries of use. The first words he read were in a language he did not understand, but the symbols felt familiar, as if he had seen them before in his dreams. With the touch of a finger, the letters seemed to rearrange themselves and the words became clear. The book was written by his ancestor, a man named Alistair Gwynedd, the last lord of Caer Gwyrdd, and the one who had made the pact with the land, an ancient covenant that bound his family to the valley for generations. James felt his breath catch in his throat as he began to read aloud the words that followed. To my blood, the last of the line, I leave this legacy. The land and its power are bound to our family, for as long as the earth endures, so too shall we. But beware, for this bond is not without sacrifice. The castle is not merely stone, it is alive, its roots entwined with the very soil of the valley. Those who walk this land must remember their place, for to forget is to lose all that we are. James paused, the weight of the words settling over him. What did it mean to lose all that he was? Had his ancestor written this as a warning or a plea? He turned the page and continued reading. In the deepest hall of the castle, the chamber of stone, lies the truth of our bloodline. The gatehouse is not merely a home, it is a threshold, a connection between this world and the forgotten realm. And it is there, in the heart of the valley, where the power resides. Those who are called by the land must heed its call, for in the darkness the gate shall open and the past will return. As James read these words, the ground beneath him seemed to tremble. The walls of the chamber closed in, and for a moment he felt as though the very air had thickened, pressing down on him. He understood now. The gatehouse wasn't just a place where his ancestors had lived. It was a vessel, a conduit to something far older, something far more powerful. The land had been calling him back all along. The more James read, the more the history of his family and their ties to the land began to unfold. He learned that Alistair Gwynedd, his great-great-grandfather, had made an ancient pact with the spirits of the land long before the castle had fallen into ruin. This pact had bound the Gwynedd family to the land of Tywem Gwynedd, tying them to the valley's ancient forces. The castle, Caer Gwyrdd, was not just a fortress. It was a guardian of the land's secrets, and so too were the gatehouse and its inhabitants. The Gwynedds were caretakers of a powerful magic, an energy that had flowed through the valley for centuries. It was said that the valley itself was a sacred place, a nexus between the living world and the forgotten realms that lay just beyond the veil of time. The family's duty was to protect the land's secrets, to keep the balance between the two worlds, and to guard against the return of a darkness that had once threatened to consume everything. But there had been a price. The pact required that the family give a part of themselves, something personal, something vital, to the land. This sacrifice was not physical, it was spiritual. The Gwynedds had given their blood, their essence to the valley in exchange for its power and protection. Over the centuries, the family had grown closer to the land, becoming almost one with it. And then the darkness had come. James read of a time long ago when the Gwynedd family had been torn apart by betrayal and greed. One of his ancestors, a distant cousin named Cedric, had broken the pact in a fit of ambition, seeking to harness the valley's power for himself. He had tried to use the magic of the land to increase his wealth and power, but the land rejected him. The curse had spread, causing the castle to fall into ruin and the family to scatter. Since that time, the Gwynedds had lived in shame, their connection to the land severed, the power of the valley dormant. James's grandfather had spoken of it only in whispers, never revealing the full story. But now, as James read the book, he understood. The land had never forgotten the betrayal, and the balance had never fully healed. The Gwynedd family was still bound to the land, whether they knew it or not. And now it was James's turn to face the consequences of his bloodline's actions. The more James learned, the more he felt himself drawn to the valley, to the land itself. It was as though something deep within him was awakening, something he had buried for years. He had always been an outsider, a writer who had never truly belonged anywhere. But here, in the heart of TBM Gwynedd, he felt a strange pull, a pull to something ancient, something that transcended time. One evening, after finishing the book, James ventured into the valley once more. The moon was high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the ruins of Caer Gwyrdd. The wind had died down, and there was an eerie stillness in the air, as though the entire valley was holding its breath. As he approached the ruins, he felt a presence, a force, something ancient and powerful watching him. The air grew colder, and the shadows around him deepened. He could feel the weight of the land's history pressing down on him. The earth beneath his feet seemed to pulse, and for a moment he could almost hear whispers, voices carried on the wind, speaking a language he did not understand, but somehow recognized. Then, as if in answer to his unspoken thoughts, a figure appeared before him. It was the same figure from his dreams, the man in the cloak. But this time the figure was solid, standing before him in the moonlight. The man's face was still hidden in shadow, but James knew instantly that it was his ancestor, Alistair Gwynedd. "You have returned," the figure said, his voice echoing through the valley. "You are the last of the line. The land calls to you, as it has called to all our kin. The pact is still in place, and the time has come to fulfill it." James felt a chill run down his spine, but he didn't step back. "What must I do?" The figure's hand reached out, and James felt an overwhelming pull toward it, as if the very ground beneath him was urging him forward. "The gate must be opened," the figure said. "The veil between the worlds is thin, and the darkness that once sought to destroy this land is stirring. Only by reclaiming the power of your bloodline can you restore the balance." James hesitated. The weight of his family's legacy was heavy, but he understood now that there was no turning back. He had come here for a reason, and whether he was ready or not, the land had chosen him. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, his hand touching the figure's outstretched hand. The world around him shifted, the ground trembled, and the veil between the worlds seemed to part. For the first time, James Ellis truly understood his connection to the gatehouse, to Caer Gwyrd, and to the land of Cwm Gwynedd. His blood had been tied to this place for centuries, and now it was time for him to restore the balance that had been lost. As James stood in the ruins of the castle, the world around him seemed to dissolve, leaving only the land and its ancient power. The valley stretched out before him, a living, breathing entity, its magic older than time itself. He could feel the connection to his ancestors, to the very soil beneath his feet, and he understood at last the true meaning of the pact. The Gwynedd family had been the protectors of this land, and now it was his turn to carry that legacy. The darkness that had once threatened the valley had not fully gone away. It was merely dormant, waiting for the right moment to return. But James was ready. He had reclaimed the bloodline, and with it, the power to protect the land from the forces that would seek to destroy it. The gatehouse, Caer Gwyrd, the valley, they were all part of him now, and he was part of them. The connection was no longer a burden, but a calling, one that he would answer for the rest of his life. The past had returned, and with it, the responsibility of the Gwynedd family had been passed down to its rightful heir. James Ellis had come to the gatehouse to finish his book, but what he had found was much more than that. He had found his place in the world, and in the ancient history of the land that had shaped.